Hey Casper Dial, it's going pretty well. Polish, yeah. All right, I gotta get set up first. So let's go to the release branch. Let's pull. Make sure we're good. Hello, Plandingo. Okay, so we're pulled there. Let's go here. Make sure we're pulled there. Uh, Discard the Google virus. I mean, I reported it to their team. Um, I sent an email anyway. They said they're going to look into it, and hopefully the community votes on virus total will help. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of out of my hands. All right. A lot of virus programs have been providing false positives for the Slippy updater in particular. Thanks, Daff, for the prime. I appreciate that. It's not the it's Chrome was blocking people from downloading Slippy because the updater was being flagged. I don't know if we're gonna get to Monkey Ball today. It's probably more gonna be a programming stream. I do want to pick it back up though. It's been on hiatus for a bit. I'll get there. Actually, what cat? Okay, yeah, I'm good. Okay, so I pulled the assembly. Wait, actually, is there a branch for this? Yeah. Uh, no. Okay. Okay. Push that. Okay, so I'm just trying to update my branches. I've taken a bit of a break off of working on this feature, so it's a little bit behind some other stuff now. So I got to make sure um, refactor code autocomplete this. I have stash codes changes. Oh, okay, just I mean, I guess I can restore this. Um, okay, now I think the last thing to do is to update from the branch. So let's do this. Skip pull origin. The release branch. Your local changes would be. Ugh, God damn it. I guess I should have. I should have waited to stash them. I should have. How do I? Let's just do this. Then pull. Auto merging. Okay, conflict. Deleted. That's fine. That's fine. Do not include. I think it's this. Using the deleted file. What's up, Bob? I'm going to be working on a direct code autocomplete feature. Hopefully I can start testing it soon and I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. Okay, now that I have that, I can open Dolphin. Yeah, I mean, this is still the version I was working on before. I haven't worked on it off stream at all. I haven't worked on this particular feature off stream anyway. Um, I think, yeah, I think I haven't since the April Fool's Day release, basically. Yeah, I was very confused last time, I think. I have a video that shows the bug, so I'm gonna test to see if that bug still exists. What I wanted to see is if Rapito added some logic. Yeah, he did make some changes, so it's possible it will have fixed the bug. I don't know. Um, I remember I added a comment to, yeah, the random press handler, and I think this is what broke it, and it seems to be after his code. So I don't know. We'll see. Thanks for the gift, diabetic doggy. All right. Um, I mean, let's just try it. Let's just see what happens when I load this up. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to build the code set. Oh, let's turn on some music actually. Some background work music. What's up, Meta? Alright, hopefully that's good. Alright, we're gonna build the code set. And then we're gonna put the code set in the right place, which is here, 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 here. That's one place to put it. Actually, probably shouldn't have bothered putting it there. Whatever, it's fine. It's all fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, so go here. Gonna double check that. Okay, this is right. I think we're good to go. So let's test it. Yeah. Why? Why? Oh, I didn't build. Yeah, that yeah. Gotta build. I merged code and I changed branches and stuff. But I need to build. Oh. I don't know. All right, we're done. Let's go. Okay. Let's just do it again, just for good measure, you know? All right, yeah, we're good. Okay, that looks better. I'm gonna recopy the code set just in case it got overwritten. Probably not necessary, but I want to make sure I'm not testing on an old code set. And chasing ghosts, because chasing ghosts is really annoying. Thanks for the gift, Frumentari. That's awesome, Vilparia. Good to hear. You're very welcome. All right. Now, that goes there. And now we're good to go, I think. So if I load this, I load this, I go here. Oh! It just crashes? Why? What the fuck? Oh yeah, sorry, Majin Goten. I didn't see your message. Yeah, it's a known bug. Although it should be fixed. It should be fixed in this development build, I think. Let's double check that. Theory. And I'm gonna use. I was using my keyboard, but I'm gonna use a controller. Cause wait, am I? Oh, I'm in port 2, so I should be fine. Okay. Let's find out if it's still broken. Hey, it looks like it's working. Okay, so yeah, it'll be fixed. It will be fixed next version. Now I gotta figure out what's up with this. Oh god, that's a bad start. That is a bad start. Who do I blame for this? It can't have been me, right? The problem, Saint of Doom is a place to put that and where it's good and everything, and we're working on it. Bugs are best reported in the Discord. Ah, fuck me. Oh, this is probably going to be an annoying crash to figure out. So it crashes on this branch link? FOBJ load data. Nice. I'm glad to hear. I'm trying to do it a little more consistently. Last night I worked quite a bit as well, but I felt like the work I was doing was probably not super well suited for a stream, so I didn't stream. It was kind of complicated and like I needed to focus. It's working on ranked. I wish. I wish. Anyway, so we're crashing, which is bizarre. Let me see what happens if I put a breakpoint here. Yeah, I figured this fucking runs every time an animation runs. Oh boy. So if I put a breakpoint here, I imagine it'll be running. God damn. How many times does it run per frame? Looks like potentially a lot. I'm looking at the background to see if anything moves, because I think the background moves every frame. So if I don't see anything move, that means this is running a lot in one frame. And oh, I think I just saw it move. Yeah, Mario Painter. Hopefully it's sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's probably less, so it depends on how much work I'm getting done or if I'm stuck. Hopefully I don't get like super stuck. Right now I can't even test what I want to test because it's crashing as soon as I press start, so that is the current thing to figure out. So like if I press start here, I crash. So the question is, why? This is a weird crash too. Also, what is this context? Is that... Hit me with the stack trace. This is a weird stack trace. It's not like a normal OS report. DB exception destination? And like I don't actually have a stack trace, do I? Oh, I guess it's here? I guess this is the link register? But that does not look good at all. This looks like a stack address. Probably the longest issue to resolve was audio. Thank you, IBBQI. Alright. This is gonna be hard to debug, I think, because I don't know where the fuck I'm coming from. Like, all I have is this link register, and all it tells me is... Well, this one's different even. What's up, Kronos? I don't even know how to answer that, Brobuntu. I think you're thinking way too low level. It's a file. We keep the history on the computer and we load it. We get the game to ask Dolphin for it, so it's a lot easier. That's kind of the power of the sort of Slippy interface, where it allows you to just send arbitrary commands to Dolphin, and it lets Dolphin respond to those arbitrary commands, so you can kind of get Dolphin to do stuff that would be very hard to do in assembly. Yes, people like watching me me struggle, I guess. Sometimes I get stuff done, so that's cool. And then sometimes I put up predictions, which is also cool. Right now there's nothing to predict though, because I'm just like, I have a crash and I need to figure out why the fuck it's happening. So the first thing, let's just try real quick. I want to make sure that it's related to like the new codes. Predict how long it takes to fix? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go to the 2.3.0 code set. What is this? I might be debugging someone else's code right now. I already rewrote a lot of this stuff. So I'm not sure at the moment. Let's just do this. Let's go here. And I'm going to build. So I'm going back to the release branch, which shouldn't have any of my, like any of the autofill code. And I'm gonna run that just to make sure it doesn't crash. I just want to make sure it's related to the new code that's actually added in that branch, because otherwise I'm probably not going to be looking in the right place. So now that I'm on the 2.3.0, we're here. And then, okay, let's see if this still crashes. If this still crashes, something really weird's going on. I imagine this won't crash though. Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't know. I don't. This didn't crash like this the last time I tested this. Like I said, Rapito added some stuff. I don't know if that's what caused it, or if it's some weird interaction with some other stuff that we added. So we'll go back to it. Yeah, go away. And then here. Navalis, are you talking about XPilot and Philip? Yeah, Philip is really cool. I think the reinforcement learning AI and like the AI based on replays is really, really exciting. But yeah, I am aware he's working on that. I saw some videos from the one that he trained from some replays, and it definitely still needs work, but it's really cool it's happening. Thanks, Osiris. DC Shazam. Yes. Rift is actually a really important problem to solve when you're doing rollback. In theory, the Rift shouldn't be past like 0.6 of a frame with the way that I adjust. There are issues though with the way that I adjust, like if somebody's game doesn't run full speed or whatever, it's hard to slow down the other person enough. But yeah, I mean, the rollback implementation in Slippy accommodates for Rift, and it does so by detecting if one person is ahead of the other, and if so, it slows them down. And I have some ideas as to how to improve that in the future, maybe to less so that the person that has a good computer is not necessarily the person being punished, which is the current situation. But that's still, I have other priorities at the moment, unfortunately. The dog's name is Miso, which is why this emote is Fizzi 36 Miso W. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do now is my next approach is gonna be to actually look at the injection locations for the name entry code and try to figure out at least like kind of where it's crashing. So there's an init name entry function. So this one, we'll see if this one even triggers at all. So okay. So this injection, right? And then, I mean, let's see if that runs even. What's up, Blue? Okay. Okay, so we do get to this injection, so that's good. That's a start. Let's see if we get here. Do we get, well, actually, I should check to make sure the injection doesn't do anything weird. So we can go to exit. Okay. What is going on here? I don't remember this being here at all. Whatever, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Yeah, this is bizarre. I don't know why this is here. It was added 2 months ago, so it should have been here the last time I was looking at this, but whatever. I feel like this code might just not be used at all. Added by Rapito, so I don't know. Maybe he was starting something and didn't end up finishing it. Who knows? Okay, so I want to see if I exit. I don't. So that's good. That means that the crash happens in there. So let's step through that function and we'll just see where it happens and why. Okay, so step into it. Put our registers over here. And we're gonna start stepping. So I guess I'll just step through fairly quickly just to see. It's likely going to be one of these function calls, I would imagine. So it's not that one. Not that one. So that's this the third function call, okay. Fourth function call. Fifth function call. Sixth function call. Seventh function call. Eighth function call. Ninth. The ninth function call. So let's see. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's maybe bad. I'm gonna see if I can get Rapito in here. See if I can get him into the chat. Step goes into it. Step over skips over function calls. I have an idea as to what might be causing this. Thanks for the sub, ice cream. Step over is called that because it steps over function calls. So if you do, yeah, if you do a function call, step will go into that function. Step over will just like run that entire function and then like continue after it's done running. Okay, so my current concern is that my current concern is we used to have a diff file which had some textures and stuff, and we removed it recently. And I wonder if there was some data in there that was being used by this section. This? What does this do? Does this do anything? This function doesn't do anything, right? I'm not crazy. It just like, it just gets inputs and then I don't think I need any of this. Well, I think I can comment this for now. Probably. Do I need this? I feel like I don't need any of this right now. Recent connect code buttons HUD. Whatever, I'll just leave, I'll leave everything but this stuff. And then I also want to comment this because I don't think I need it and I just want to make sure. I don't even know what that program does, Meta. Hey, debugger. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, well, let's try to build this. Alright, doesn't crash. Okay. So this is about what I expected. It loads now, but we used to have two objects here, which would give instructions as to how to use this, and they're not showing up. So the code I commented is, I think, what made them show up, but I think it was dependent on a file diff. So I'll have to get Rapido's help to show those again, but I don't need them to test this feature, so I'm just gonna leave them off for now. So, something I want to do, well, first let's just see if, okay, so, I mean, it still works. Alright. So yeah, generally the feature seems to work. Now, let's look at this Twitch clip that we got here. I just fucking, I went in here and then I just like scrolled to the back, scrolled to the front. I was very slow in doing this, but it's fine. And then I entered W. So that does break it. Yeah, so this is a bug. Then W again. And then for some reason, if I leave and come back, I don't even get a default. Can someone mind clipping that so I can reference it later? I'm referencing it later. Alright. Yeah, someone did clip it. Thanks to Yofi5 or Yofiz for clipping this 15 days ago. Appreciate you. Alright. Well, shit. Let's try to repro that. So what I did is I went all the way to the front, or the back, then I went all the way to the front, and then I hit W. I don't know why that would break it, but we're gonna try it. So that's the back. That's the front. Yeah, it does break it. What the? Okay, I wasn't smart enough last time to figure out what broke it, but maybe I am now. Hopefully. Yeah, it's not supposed to say WAP. Oh boy. This is gonna be out of bounds name entry index. Does that happen when I hit WAP? Yeah, why is that passing IDX9? That already doesn't make sense, right? So we scrolled. Yeah. Okay, so that already doesn't make any sense. We're passing IDX 9, which there's why? Why are we doing that? Why? What's up, Twilight? No, duplicated frame. I don't think that's the issue. Because what should happen, like, watch, if I restart this, right, and I don't do the scrolling, if I hit W, oh wow, it actually does break immediately. I did not expect that. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Maybe then? Maybe it searches and it just breaks? But the start IDX shouldn't be 9. The start IDX should be 0. It's weird because like I was just testing this and it worked. What made it work? Like, see, E works fine. That's wild. No, I don't have anyone in my history with E, I don't think. Because see, I get this tag not found. Yeah, it does pass IDX9 as well. No, WAP is not in the history. DOP is in the history. And see how when I entered the E, it cleared the suggestion? Because it's like you don't have anything here. But when I do W, it doesn't clear the suggestion. It just like overwrites the first letter, and it's like, oh yeah, you know. You want WAP, right? Stupid computer. Computer has no idea. Well, it didn't seem to be only broken after I scrolled to both ends. Like it looked like I just. It shouldn't be anything about that. The last column. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking. I'm just gonna dig into some code here. The first thing I want to figure out is why this searches with IDX 9. I need to look at this logger. I need to re-acclimate myself with this code because it's been 15 days, so I'm not really sure what's going on. So let's do that. Okay, so IDX goes to 9 because it doesn't find anything. That makes total sense. Init IDX was 0, which was correct. IDX is index. So it's like your scroll index. Now, okay, so I think this is right because IDX is %D, which is current index, and current index, the way this works is the scroll direction is, what is the scroll direction? It's 0, I think, right? I mean, it's 3, I think. Yeah. So scroll direction is 3, which means what? This length. Okay, that's fine. Scroll direction is 3, so it starts at the beginning. And then it iterates. It iterates through and grabs a tag. It calls does tag match input, right? And then if that ends up being true, it breaks. It'll break out of this loop, and I wouldn't have a 9 here. So basically what'll happen is it'll never actually find this. So it'll update the current index. Scroll direction is 3, which means we're incrementing. So we're going to increment to index 1, index 2, index 3, and so on until index 9. And once we're at index 9, we'll notice that we're at a higher index than we have direct codes, right? And so we'll break out of this loop. And then we'll get the logger, like we saw it. We're going to grab the tag at that index again. It's going to be, this is a terrible design, and I'm using someone else's code for this, but regardless. The tag is 1 like this when there's an issue. So anyway, whatever. So this means that we don't find anything. So we would go into this logic here. And then we're going to grab the initial tag. We're going to grab the initial index. So that's 0. Does tag match input? This would be false, I believe. This would be false. So we skip this and go out. Okay. If we fail to find tag current, let's try the initial index again. If the initial index matches the filter, preserve that suggestion. Without this logic, the suggestion will get cleared. Yes, but Ubuntu, it's pretty terrible. You can see how this function works. It's just like this. If the index goes over the direct code info size, it just returns. Don't ask. Once again, this part wasn't actually my code. I'm taking over someone else's feature to do this. Also, the codes are shift.jis, so if you actually typed in one, it would be actually different than this. So this is technically a unique value, but this function shouldn't be written like this. But anyway. You sound like people in my technical interview practice sessions. Maybe. I've done quite a few technical interviews myself. Anyway, it's fine. Some bad code is acceptable. You can't always have perfect code, so we're just gonna ignore it. I could rewrite it, I just don't want to spend the time. So it is what it is. Anyway. Then we're gonna get this retrieve tag. Retrieve tag, it should be 1, right? Yeah, retrieve tag 1, because that's nothing. And then it checks for 1 again. Right? And it says tag not found, input length. Whatever. Input length was 1. Yep. And then we have we're gonna push 0, which I think means that the suggestion failed. And then we're gonna insert n-word buffer. Everything looks pretty normal. Everything looks pretty normal. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put a breakpoint after I call the function that will fetch. What I'm doing here is I'm writing data back to the game. All right, so I'm writing a 0 and then I'm writing a new input. And my guess is the bug is going to be something with this here. This isn't going to give me the data I expect to see. So yeah, so we're going to take a look at that. For Slippy to support booting from file system. You mean like when you extract an ISO or whatever? I mean, I think if somebody adds that, I guess I don't mind. Is that something that mainline can do? Because if mainline can do that, then maybe I'd rather just wait until we move to mainline, but that might be a while, so I don't know how pressing this is, but yeah, I mean, I don't really have a problem with it. It's just I also don't want to build it. Although it's probably something that we could JDMH, it's always existed. Yeah, mainline. When I say mainline, I'm talking about like the current recent Dolphin build in development, as opposed to our extremely old fork of faster or of Ishiruka. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we don't do a lot of work with custom ISOs, so in fact, we don't do any work with custom ISOs, so I haven't really needed it. Ranked is coming eventually. it'll be ready when it's ready. I can finally, once I release 2.3.0, I can finally focus on ranked. Hopefully, you know, not 100% because I can't ever 100% focus on everything, but hopefully like 80%. I'm just only one human. I can only work on one thing at a time. I'm doing pretty good. Doing some debugging. We're doing some debugging. So, all right. So we're going to go to where this happens. So this happens when I enter a letter specifically. So it happens when on enter text is likely the function it happens in. And I guess specifically, right, it's going to call IDO function fetch suggestion. So that is in check triggers and Z, and it calls this function. And this function, fetch length and set current scroll index, write out scroll direction, write out command, receive response. So I want to see what's going on here, because I think whatever is going on here is wrong. Yeah, I haven't updated Slackbot with, or Nightbot, Slackbot, yeah. I haven't updated Nightbot with any commands. I don't even know how to. I haven't got time to figure that out right now. We're fixing a bug right now. We're fixing a bug where this shows WAP, and it shouldn't show WAP. It should show W and then nothing, no suggestion. That's what it should be doing. Yeah. No, not WAP. God damn it. Why did it have to be W? Alright, anyway. So let's try to put a breakpoint here. Let's see what's going on. Alright. Alright, so this is the injection. we're gonna go all the way down to here. This is the start of our function, I believe. I see the backup macro there. So that's the backup macro, and then actually I'm just gonna put the breakpoint there and we'll see what happens. Actually, do I want to? I know the inputs are right. I'm pretty confident the inputs are right. But, you know, I guess for the sake of science, let's take a look at it from the top. So, all right. So first it calls this when I load this up. And then when I press W, it'll call it again. So this is before it goes out to Dolphin. This is the function that will tell Dolphin, hey, I entered a letter. Do you have a suggestion for that letter? Right. So the first thing that this function does, load buffers into non-volatile register. Actually, what the hell is going on here? Oh, fuck. Okay. Right, so we're fetching the IDO or whatever, I think. This comment is not right. I'm just gonna write the fetch ACB and ACXB. All right. Okay, so we have R31 and R30. This is the ACXB. So this is the transfer buffer that will get sent to Dolphin. So the first thing that happens is we copy over 8 characters. We copy over 8 characters to the start of the buffer. And we copy them from here. So yeah, so this has our, I think this is W now. I'm not exactly sure because this is Shift JIS encoding and I can't read Shift JIS encoding. And these are like, I think, full width letters or some shit. So yeah, I don't know for sure if 8276 is W, but it probably is. And then 826E is O, and then 826F is P. It's a lot of numbers for W. Yes, it is. Shift JIS is 2 bytes. 2 bytes per letter. Alright, so anyway, we're going to copy that over to, let me see, what does a store byte do? Oh, okay, so this loads, this instruction, store byte writes the command that we want to execute in Dolphin. So let's go back to here. This is our transfer buffer. We're going to load the command BE. So BE is the command that tells Dolphin, hey, load me a suggestion, right? Then we're going to prepare to do a mem copy. We prepare to do a mem copy. We prepare to copy 24 characters, excuse me, or 0x18, which is 24, from this address, which is the one we were just looking at, to this address, which is an address in the buffer. the address in the buffer starts here. So this was 8263. Now it's going to be 8276 or whatever W was after this function runs. So right here, yeah. So 8276. Then we load a value into R3. I'm assuming this is the size. Yeah, so then we fetch the length, the actual committed length, which in this case is 1 character, right? Because we've only written a W. That's the real entered length. And then I'm gonna write the scroll index, which I think should be 3. Let's see. Oh, 0. Wait. Oh, this is the scroll index. Sorry. Not the scroll direction. Yeah, that's fine. So that's 0. So we're starting at index 0. And then we're going to write out the scroll direction. Yeah, so that should be 3, I think. R29 is 3. Yep. Okay. Now we're going to start the EXI transfer. So now we're actually going to tell Dolphin to do its thing. And that happens... Well, it's actually already happened, I think. Yep. We got some... we got the response from Dolphin, the same one as before. And then what we're going to do is we are going to receive the response from Dolphin inside the same buffer that we were looking at before. So this buffer. So we're going to receive our response from Dolphin. Interesting. So we didn't receive shit. Am I in the right spot? Yeah, right? Because now I'm going to load... Alright. So we didn't receive anything. So that means that there is something very, very, very wrong. Now, the question is, what's wrong? Tag at index. Tag not found. I got this message, right? Tag not found, yep. And then I wrote some shit here. Yeah, it's not UTF-8, it's shift-gis. Is the encoding. This is really bizarre. The DMA read function is pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's not... Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a half word. Or full width letter, I think, for Ubuntu. It's kind of like a friends list, but a bit more basic. Having a real full friends list would be a lot more work, and probably will never happen within the game. We'd probably do it externally. Falco Master? No, that is not possible. I mean, sorry. It's not possible, it's just incredibly complicated and difficult. You don't know the ping of your opponent until you connect to them. I could have a process that like does a ping check when you connect to someone and then disconnects to them automatically, but it would still be a pain in the ass. And you'd get a lot of connects and then disconnects, and it would take longer to find an opponent. But I think I don't know if I think instead of building that, it might be better to try to build out a better system for matching people. Well, it's hard. It has to find it has to find you a new match completely. All right. Anyway, what size am I passing? Is that the issue? What was this value? I didn't check. $30. That seems fine. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. I've never seen this. I mean, I'm using a combination of things. Dolphin, Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio. Primarily. Yeah, Minwoo, it starts by looking at a radius of 3,000 kilometers. And then it expands that radius over time until you find a match. You're welcome, Yui. It does prioritize closer connections. But it does it based on distance. Distance is something we can do. Ping is not as easy. What in the f is going on here? All right, that's fine. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. And I'm gonna try to figure out what the hell's going on. DMA read empty. Oh shit. Am I just an idiot? Tell me I'm an idiot. I think I'm just an idiot, chat. Maybe. Let's find out. Where the fuck's my code? God damn it. This file sucks. It's too long. Isn't it this? Or is it this? Or is it this? Let's go here. It's got to be this one. Okay, great. Okay, chat, I'm not as much of an idiot as I thought I was, so that's good. It's a good sign. So this does have a return, right? So, like, we're writing shit to the queue, and then we're returning. What's going on here? Right? I thought maybe I forgot this return, but that's not it. So we're getting into here, and it's like, yo, your queue's empty. Which doesn't make much sense, because we just wrote shit to the queue. Alright. So that's good. I think I can debug a bit more now. But first, I'm gonna pee because I have to. I almost dropped my controller. It was almost a disaster. I'll be right back. Oh my god. My hair is ridiculous. LA to Chicago is like 60 ping probably. Yeah, it'll only start expanding like it'll expand by 4,000 kilometers over 10 minutes linearly. So if you're waiting in queue for 10 minutes, it'll have expanded to 7,000. But if you're finding a match pretty quick, it'll be in the 3,000 range or close to it. Okay. So I want to see what the fuck is getting written to this queue. Am I just fucking over my queue with some invalid bullshit that I'm doing? That's my current theory. You guys think it has something to do with these stupid warnings? I feel like it doesn't, but I'm definitely not so sure it doesn't have anything to do with that. Alright, let's start by doing you coding in some comp. Are you asking if this is a coding competition? It's not a coding competition. This is work. Oh, maybe that's the question. Yeah, not working on ranked yet. If that was the question. You know, I really wonder if Let's just... This is probably good for my sanity. I feel like this should never trigger. But I'm probably wrong. Let's do... Okay. Okay, I can turn this to warning. Turn this on, turn this off. Now my log shouldn't spam the shit out of me anymore, which is good. I'm coding in a combination of PowerPC assembly and C++. I actually think ranked is probably the highest priority thing to work on, which is why that's what I'm working on next. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? All I had to do was have the fucking Slippy log open and I would have realized what was happening. God damn it. Alright, well, I think I know what the problem is. Patron money goes to helping me live and stay in my apartment and continue working on this. So thank you to everyone who supports on Patreon. Twitch subs are good too. So if you have a Prime, you know, think about dropping it. You can find out if you click the subscribe button and see if it says subscribe free. That also helps me pay rent and servers. And you get a sick miso emote too, yeah. Hey, Killsmaster. Okay, so I think the problem is simply that this length... Fuck, 190. Is that 8? God dang. 190 BE, yeah. This should be like, I think it's 30. I think this was literally the problem. This is really shitty design. Kind of bothers me. Doing collabs can be hard. and sort of counter to what you want to build, potentially, depending on what the goals are on both sides. All right, anyway. God. You're welcome, Taquito. This is assembly. Would you recommend going to a boot camp? I don't know. I've never been to one. I don't know much about them. I know people. I know some people that have gone to them, but I can't vouch for them or not. It's probably better than doing nothing. That's for sure. This is PowerPC assembly. Okay, I think it's 30, but I need to double check. It's really annoying that I have to make sure those values are correct everywhere. That's probably, I don't know if that's the right way to design it. Technically, I don't need to do that because it gets passed in. Actually, I do need it. We're never actively looking. We're sort of passive about it. So, like, if you want to get involved, you need to sort of get involved yourself by going to the Discord and figuring out where you think you can help and so on. It's too much work to sort of like help onboard people and stuff, and you don't know whether those people are going to stick around and so on. So it's like you kind of have to be a bit of a self-starter and figure out where you can be useful. But it's open source, so of course we take contributions. How much brainstorming usually happens before executing a new idea? It really depends. Some things I simmer on for a long time. Usually if I'm stuck on something or I don't know what the best solution is, I just like chill. And I always find myself sort of passively thinking about it throughout the day. Or, at some point in the day I'll just think about it randomly. I'll be like, what about this? And maybe I'll think of an idea that I think will work. But it depends on the idea. I mean, some stuff is really obvious as to how to do it. Some stuff is not so much. All right. Is it prediction time? I think it might be prediction time. Alright, I got it. I'll set it up. Prediction. Here we go. Start prediction. Alright, so the prediction is we're going to go back in and we're going to see if I fix the bug. Specifically, the bug was when I went in and I put in a W, it would say WOP, W-O-P, with the suggestion of OP still there, right? Now, will it no longer say WOP? That's what we want to know. Will it, what it should do is it should be W and then blanks, right? So, the vote is if it will say W instead of WOP. You guys got a minute. Take your bets. Is it fixed? Were you following along? Did you understand everything I did up to this point? 100 believer, that's what I like to hear. I'm okay with blind faith. Blind faith is fine too. It's a keto that's probably not very high priority for me, but if you know, we got other contributors that are interested in that. We got a lot of believers. You guys should remember that code often doesn't work the first time. Just saying. But I mean, you know, if you got a lot of faith in me, then believe. All right. We got a lot of believers. Let's see. Unless you are fuzziness. I didn't know fuzziness was sick like that. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? Oh! Let's go. Nice one, believers. Nice one. I fixed it. Sick. That's great. Enjoy your extremely useful points. I don't think I have any like custom things. Maybe I'll figure something out eventually. Alright. That's good. I did it. I fixed it. I also understand now why only W did it. Because W is probably a... W would create a byte that's 8-2, I think. Maybe? Shouldn't everything have been 8-2? Whatever, it doesn't matter. It makes some sense to me that E was different because E was being, the bytes were being processed as a command, but we don't want to process it as a command. Oh yeah, you could turn the miso around. Let's go. Oh, that is pretty huge. I'm not gonna lie. That's sick. Miso's just chilling. Here. Say hi to the stream, Miso. Alright. Just want just want scritches. Miso is about 10. We adopted him when he was 9. A little over a year ago. Oh my god, is that a miso on a boat? Or in a basket? In a basket. That's excellent. Easter basket miso. That's amazing. Alright. Miso is a Pomeranian mix. Okay, so anyway, now that that's fixed, what's next? So I remember I was testing the random button, which should work fine now. Okay. Great. Ensure that entering name tags still works. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta do that. I think I did this. There isn't much point to the random button. It's maybe you could use it in the lobby code, but I just wanted to preserve functionality. I gotta do a pass on sounds. Maybe I should do that first. Let's do a little bit of cleanup. I don't think I think this used to have a specific function that I'm not using anymore. So let's see if that's the case. Common. Common.s. Let's look at all the Slippy commands. Where are they? Here they are. Report match. Is this used? Is this used anywhere? It's not. Okay, that's what I thought. So we don't need, well, actually, do any of this. Let's commit. I mean, you can already cycle through the recent codes with L and R. And like, if you type a code like one that starts with D, you can cycle through the ones, all of the ones that start with D. And they're in the order that you entered them in. You're welcome, guys. Hey, Purple Haze. Oh God. I see some mango BBs. Is that what's coming? Squished miso. Nice dirty dev. Oh jeez. There it is. What's up, nation? Welcome. Thanks for the raid, Mango. Oh, we got an EE raid to Mango at first? Nice. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm the creator of Slippy. I saw someone write it in chat, so maybe there are people who don't know. I don't know. I'm just writing some code. Oh, thanks for the 5 gifted wings. Internal server error when I try to queue. Is that happening to everybody? Do I need to like live debug that? Oh my god. That's not a great thing for stream debugging. But alright, I guess. Honestly, it's probably just a GCP error, and it'll probably fix itself in a bit of time. But, let's test it, I guess. Actually. By the way, if Mango's here, I don't know if I caught any of his messages, but, congrats on your win. That was sick. Fine for me right now. I'm getting mixed messages here. Is the chat trolling me? Let's see. Alright. I'm Other Mango. Hi, Other Mango. I'm sorry, Leaf. I'm not here to play. I was just here to test. Yeah, actually my FPS was shit anyway, so they're probably just like, I want out of here. Alright. It looks like it's not completely broken. I mean, you can use pre-made chat messages now on the Patreon build, and people will receive it. Yeah, so what I'm working on right now, sorry, I got scared by the people saying the queues weren't working. It looks like if they're not fully working, they seem to somewhat be working. They probably will come back by themselves, but if it's still not working after a bit, then I might look into it. But anyway, what we're working on is it's a feature which stores direct codes. It was started by We're Honey Badger, and I've picked it up to try to finish it, get it across the finish line for this version. So basically, you see here, if I have this code, and if I wanted to enter my Fizzi's code, I put the F in, and then I can do this, and then I have the code. So it's pretty nice, and you can cycle through the most recently used codes. So like, for example, if I used the Fizzi code again, and then I went back, it should be the, yeah, so now it's the first one on the list. So that's what I'm working on right now. It's almost done, actually. We just fixed a bug which was causing some major problems. Yeah, we fixed a bug, and it's pretty much functional now. I just need to polish it up a bit, make sure that all the sounds that we want to play properly, and then like make sure that it uses a separate history for Teams lobbies and direct codes. And I also need to make sure that like entering in tags, like just regular tags, will still work. Yeah, direct code history will hopefully be in the next beta, given that it's almost working, so it should be in there. Yeah, remember, if you're a Patreon sub, you have access to beta features and beta releases, which right now includes Teams and in-game chat options, where you have 16 options you can send to people when you're on the CSS. And people that are on the public build do see your messages, although they can't respond at the moment. I main Captain Falcon. Yeah, scary messages. It's really funny. There's like, I think every day someone's like, I just saw a message show up. What the hell is this? Yeah, Alpaca. That was our inspiration for the messages, was Rocket League. So it works basically the same. The teams like the doubles mod. I mean, it's integrated. It's a little bit cleaner. We've done some polish where you can pick your team color this way. But it is using a lot of Enzymes code, which we merged and polished up a bit. Fixed some bugs too. All right. I think, what should I do next? Sounds. I have to decide what sounds I want, because right now I think I deleted some of the sound files. So like, for example, like if I press R and it's the last index, I feel like it shouldn't play the success sound. So right now I'm pressing R, but I'm already at the front. And it still plays it as if it changes, but it doesn't change. So I should probably play a different sound. I feel like error sound is too strong, though. I could also have it play no sound, but I don't really like that too much either. So I could have it play an error sound. I think the failure sounds a little too heavy for this. This is the error sound. I don't know if you can hear it. That's the error sound. Oops. So I could play that. Okay, I have to figure out how to play that sound, actually. I wiped my hard drive and now cannot download Slippy at all. Why? What's up, Vin? Shiitake, it's still good to know that, like, you press the button, right? You probably still want to know, like, know that it's working. If it doesn't play any sound, you're not sure whether you hit the button right or if it's broken, or... So I don't know. We'll try the error sound. Let's do some coding. Is it ready? Here we go. We're getting into it. It's assembly time. Oh wait, I was gonna commit something, right? Wait, what the hell? Didn't I? Okay, yeah, this was the bug fix. I should commit this. So this is like fix AXI bug. Peace to those leaving. Okay. So we're gonna go into the file that handles the L and R button presses. So I think there should be two files, I think. So right here. So we have a on L press and an on R press. Now, do I handle this separately? I think I have to handle this inside the generic handler, because I think the generic handler is what plays the sound, right? Maybe? Where is the sound played? Yeah. Chat, tell me where it's played. You guys know, right? Let's take a look at this location. There should be there's probably a sound play around there, I would guess. Here? Probably? Yeah. What is this BQ for? I am working on a feature for direct code history, and I'm currently trying to make it play an error sound when there are no other entries in the list. Or at least not a success sound. I mean, or I could just leave it too. It's not a huge deal. There used to be an error sound for more things, but I can't think of anything else I would want to change. Hey, Paulo. Yeah, I can't decide if I want this sound or if I don't want it. Especially looking at this code, it's like, I think it already plays the sounds I want for me. Why no integrated stream donations? That's a good question. I mean, I probably should do it. I have, you can donate on Slippy. I know people give bits, right? That's the way you donate to streamers, but that's like the Twitch way. I guess people have like side stream or side donation options. But if you want to donate, you could do it at slippy.gg/donate. But yeah, maybe I'll set that up next time. I'm working on a feature for direct code history and autocompletes. Are you tired? Are you overheating? You want to get down? All right. Is it possible to import custom sounds into Melee? Maybe. It would probably be like an ISO mod or something. Alright. I'm just not gonna bother with the sound thing. It's not a big deal. Maybe I'll change my mind later. I'm gonna work on this. I feel like everything that's left is kind of boring. This is kind of boring. This is kind of boring. This I don't think I'm gonna do. And then this I don't think I'm gonna do. But I'll leave it here, just in case. Yeah. So what I want to do now is I want it so that yeah, that error sound I was playing is one of the ones I could use. That's probably what I would use if I wanted to. It's just that the way it's written right now, I'd have to like pick a different branch location, and I don't know. I'll decide whether I want to do it later. So I want this to use a separate code history, which that's gonna be annoying. Wait, how does this say team battle? Vin, did we fix this? Is this working again? Or is it because I'm like on an old build? Oh, did I pull it in? Oh, it's here. Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you. I guess I should mention, oh yeah, we got a mango raid, which apparently was also partially EE rated mango first. So that was pretty sick. So I think removing that diff file broke something for this feature, Vin. I think Rapido had added more stuff to that file for this branch. There used to be here actually. Well, we should be able to see it in the clip. Yeah. So you see how he had these things showing up before, and I think he had added them to that file. And so they were being initialized in init name entry. This is something I can ask him to do, by the way. You don't necessarily have to do it, but I think he was initializing it here somehow. Yeah, probably. And this was crashing. This function call was crashing. I'm not exactly sure what this does, but I had to comment it for now. Do some cleanup, some quick cleanup. Change the name of this to be something better. Get rid of this. Get rid of this, I think. Yeah, I don't know if it's better to just put everything in new files now, since we can do that. I mean, I guess we probably can't do everything in new files, but I don't know. Maybe it's cleaner or less likely to break things. Yeah, I am, I'm the creator, Slippy. I imagine there's some stuff that we'll probably still need to do file modifications for, though, right? Like, for example, one of the things I did was one of the name entry things is I moved like these characters around and the cursor positions and stuff. That I feel like that still has to be a diff with the original file, probably. But maybe if we're adding textures, we don't have to worry about it. Or we can use new files. Thanks, Harajuku, baby girl. Harajuku. I don't think Nintendo would do that. And I don't think I'd want to do that either. Nice. That's awesome. Alright, this should still work. Just double check. What's up, Vince? We are working on this history feature. Which appears to be working pretty well now. Thanks, Pepito. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. It's always hard to get a sense as to how well it's working in less popular regions. I know some regions have pretty long queues. Out of bounds name? Why is... Baby girl, we actually never did support custom skins. It was kind of just luck that it worked. Well, we should say, I guess. Or we never intend to, like, we never guarantee that we will maintain compatibility with them. That said, it is possible they will start to work again with the change that we have made. But if you use them, you have to be aware that they might just break at any time. Yeah, generally it's the CSS skins that broke with the latest feature. It was a byproduct. It was we didn't intentionally break it. Yeah, I also think modifying ISOs is not the best way to do it, but let's make these info logs. Info log. I don't know if you try to use a dolphin texture replacement, if it still breaks if you use a texture right now. Has anyone tried that? Have you ever took a peek at Ultimate's code? I don't have access to Ultimate's code. And no one does unless they work at Nintendo. I imagine though that part of that is a hardware limitation. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just making it clear that like if you use custom textures, it's kind of at your own risk, because we don't necessarily guarantee we will always like we don't officially support them. So if we release something that happens to break them, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, use a vanilla ISO, Laguna. You probably have CSS skins. Sounds great, Vin. Thanks. Slippy is not affiliated with Blippi. It's SLIPPI because I'm FIZZI. Hey, Koda. I think anything could benefit from some kind of rollback netcode, probably. It doesn't have to be specifically rollback. I think when people say rollback, they mean the very specific fighting game implementation. But I think anything that can like continue to show you stuff and then, you know, go back to the proper location is good. But most games with good netcode do something like that. I mean, the next really big feature is ranked. After the Teams chat and direct code history release. After that, primary focus is ranked and hopefully getting it out eventually. Who knows when? No guarantees as to when, though. Alright. I don't think we'd implement an LGL. I think we probably would have a more generic anti-camping measure. What kind of chair do I use? Oh god. I'm probably not the best for ergonomics, honestly. I definitely don't always have a great posture. But this chair, I don't know. It's I think I bought it on Amazon. It's like $200. It's not expensive when it comes to you know, computer chairs. Computer chairs are extremely expensive. I think ranked mode will be quite difficult. We have to do, we basically have to enable a best of 3, which means we need counter picks. We need to show people the information required to make said counter picks. It's just, and since there's user decisions, we need timeouts on every possible user decision to make sure that nobody's just gone AFK and is like soft locking the other person. Obviously, we have to manage a ladder. We have to have some kind of display for the ladder, probably on the website. That is just like the first order feature stuff. Then you have to think about the second order feature stuff, which is perhaps equally important, which is like, how do you keep people from cheating, stalling, griefing? How do you deal with Smurfs if you deal with Smurfs? There's a whole lot of questions to answer. Thanks, Flaccid. Am I excited for Guilty Gear Strive at all? I think it's cool they're putting in rollback. I hope it's going to be a message to all of the Japanese devs in the future to put rollback in their goddamn fighting games. That said, am I personally excited about it? I would say no. I don't really play any traditional fighters. Yeah, backwards god. Likely that a very similar system will be used to some extent, but it's a very small part of what's necessary. We got a raid. We got a mango raid. Some of the nation decided to stick around. What am I doing? I'm getting distracted by chat. But that's fine. Right, I just did some cleanup, and now I need to split this up. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. Let's see here. There codes get, yeah. I got into Melee in, I think, 2009, 10, at least competitively. It's still TBD whether we'll support things like tap jump off and stuff. The box controller just works already. CFJ, there isn't at the moment, unfortunately. I think, unless other than making a new account. That was one of the ways I was thinking of doing a little bit of monetization, is charging $10 for custom codes, where you could like pick the numbers you want and everything too, and you could pick less numbers. If you've noticed, like for example, Mango has MANG 0. I just haven't been able to prioritize that yet. Yeah, Sourdough has the right of it. It's not. It's not. I think it. I think the tap jump thing is not simple, because I think we probably shouldn't underestimate potentially how, if it would increase the amount of people that would decide to play Melee, right? Like imagine Ultimate players. How many Ultimate players are trying Melee, and if we supported better control scheme, would stick with it, right? It's kind of hard to quantify that number. We're not really sure, but if it's a large number, then it's probably worth adding, because I think growing Melee is the most important thing. I think growing Melee is always the most important thing. Now, maybe we don't let it happen. Maybe we don't allow it in tournament, but it could still be a decent sort of like getting to learn the game. I don't know. Yeah, obviously the transition to tournament is an interesting question. Like, do we start supporting tap jump off at tournaments too? That, I mean, I'm sure that question would come up if we did this. So I don't know. It's complicated. Yeah, that's one argument for it not mattering, because tap jump is actually really useful for a lot of things. So if you play with tap jumped off, in some ways you're nerfing yourself. So who knows? This probably shouldn't be here. Probably should not be here. Okay, let's try this. Let's do, I might need to rename this, but this is public. So protected. I want this. I guess I'll do this is how it usually does it, I guess. I don't mind streaming myself coding too much. It's hard to focus for sure. I think if you're trying to do something that requires a lot of focus, it's probably not a great idea. But otherwise, it's not so bad. Thanks, Gabe. All right. This m file name plus .json, does that work? And then I can do, does this work? Get user path. What the hell is this? I've never seen this. Yeah, I mean, claw grip seems pretty good. But I learned too early for that. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Miso, you think you could entertain the stream? I would put you on my chair, but I'm really worried you're just gonna jump off and hurt your legs, so I feel like I can't do that. All right. Get user path, and then this is like some IDX. Where is that defined? Here. User directory indices for get user path. Can I just get back? I just want S user path. Okay, I see. Wait. Can I do this? I'm not 100% sure if this will work, but I'm gonna need a Linux tester. When it's ready, Wrath of Math. When it's ready. When it's ready. How do I get the user directory? Does it get user path? This is kind of bizarre though, because what is directory index? I feel like where do I want these to be stored? I feel like I want them to be somewhere in the user directory, right? That makes the most sense to me. Where? Do I make a new folder for it? Probably should have its own folder. Yeah, The name tag cache needs a place to exist. And I think right now it's next to the exe, but I don't think that's correct. I think it should be in the user directory somewhere. But I don't know where. Maybe I could make a slippy slash folder in the user directory. It's kind of awkward because there's one here. Well, I guess most people don't have one there anymore. I don't know what the code is though for fetching the user directory path either on multiple systems. Do we ever fetch this path ourselves? I don't know if we do. But the game does somehow. Or sorry, Dolphin does somewhere, so I need to figure out. Zamarita, ranked will be done by myself, which is why I have to finish other stuff before I can get to really working on it with the majority of my attention. If there's ever a Slippy for Project Plus, I won't be the one. I won't be the one that'll have made it. And it won't be called Slippy. Or else I'll sue them. No, I'm joking. But I would ask them not to use that name. That's a bad thing to search. Yeah, I figured that wouldn't work out very well. None of these names are unique enough. For me to search them. Ah, fuck me. I'm hoping to put this feature in with 2.3.0. Doubles is already available in the Patreon build, Spitzy. This is C++. We don't do dates, but hopefully soon. STGX Rapture, you should have a file in your directory that's like fix VC runtime or something, and it's a text file. You should open it. Oh, god damn it. I don't want to look into how to do this right now. Maybe I just do that. Maybe I just do that part later. Where do we store the user directory on Mac now? Time to add a good old to-do. And I'll add this to my list of things to do as here as well. Move. History. Files. Tempest, we basically made it so that when the game boots and it's allocating memory, like how to use which blocks of memory, we basically steal a block of memory that's usually used for the heap. We steal a block of memory that's usually used for the heap. We grab it all to ourselves so the game never touches it. And then we write our codes to there. And we allocate it to the proper size needed to put in all our codes. No, my viewership is usually not this high. We had a mango raid. Miso hair. Oh no, that's my hair. Maybe. Okay. I'm in Falcon. Zamarito, we wanted to test it first, and we were worried it might make things worse for some people. And so we wanted the people that... Basically, you have to know it exists to turn it on, and then if it impacts you negatively, you know how to turn it off. Whereas if we turned it on from the beginning, if it affected you, you wouldn't know it's a thing, and you'd just be like, ah, the new version's broken, I don't know what's going on. That was why. Additionally, for a lot of people, it doesn't do anything because they don't overclock their adapters. Is Unfrozen Stadium planned? I mean, it's not ultra high priority right now. Ranked is far more important in my opinion. If we have time, eventually. Alright. Now that I have this, I can do this, and I can do like... And then... You know, it's funny. I think it was Leffen talking about how he was wondering who the target audience was for Arte's write-up, and I think when I thought about it, I was like, I think Meta is Arte's audience. I I think I think if he was intending, what I was hoping would happen was like an understandable post for like the majority of people that didn't go into the super nitty gritty details. Uh, but I think that's not Arte's style. So it ended up being something else. Because I think most people, I mean, even me reading that thing, I don't think I can bring myself to read the whole thing. I think my eyes glaze over. And I feel like if I can't read it, probably most people aren't going to read it. All right, let's do a test. All right, we got a poll. Maybe I should have had a maybe. Maybe a maybe option would have been good. Well, we got more no's than yeses. Fuck, man, I barely understand this. Yeah. I think yeah, we need believers. I USB polling. Yeah, I mean, it shows the distance when the buttons are pressed. And this is adapter polling, and I'm assuming this is overclocked. Is this at 1,000 megahertz? And then this shows up here because this is the next poll. Yeah, I loosely understand what's going on here, but like I don't really even get it that much. My understanding is that it'll return the buffer when the USB is pulled by the game. So it doesn't actually get the A press until it pulls the buffer here. And then the A press is a game late because the game engine update is later. Blah, blah, blah. But it's a bit confusing, for sure. But I'm sure having the context of the article helps a bit. Okay. Now I have this, so I think that's clean-ish. I think to me, one of the reasons why it's a little unclear is it doesn't clearly delineate which system is doing what step. But I think you're just intelligent, not insane. That's your curse. Okay, yeah, I renamed this. That's right. Yeah, this is the top level switch that handles the Slippy commands. Like everything the game can ask Dolphin to do. So there's a lot. There's a maximum of 256. We haven't used 256 yet, since it's just one byte. so I think what I need to do is I change this to 31, right? And then U8. I do that. And then let's see, AC TXB here. Dot set AC TXB mode. This will be a U8. And then +1. Okay. So now in here, we will fetch and write current mode. So R3. And then we're going to store byte R3 into ACTXB mode. And then reg ACXB address. How many years of programming experience do I have? I feel like it's kind of hard to quantify that. I guess professional experience, 12? Maybe? I don't know. I've been programming since I was like, how old was I? 15? I have experience in a few things. I've done some web programming. I've done some hardware programming. Application development. I know a fair amount of languages. Though learning new languages usually isn't too bad anyway, if you know one already. All right. Thanks for the sub, Triune. Oh, nice. And the prime from Fiat Veritas. Thanks, guys. This is C++ right now. I was in assembly before. I never did assembly as part of my job. At my jobs, I've worked on C#, a little bit of Go, not very much. I guess C. Not that much of that either, though. And then a lot of PHP, JavaScript, React when I was at Smash GG. I was reading assembly earlier, I think, but I am not at the moment. Damn it. Alright, so what I'm trying to do right now, by the way, chat, is I'm trying to separate it so that when you're on the Teams view, it has a separate history from when you're on the direct view. So I want two different histories because when you type in Teams lobby codes, it can be anything. So I'm trying to separate it, and I think I'm almost done. I think what I need to do now is find everywhere where we reference this and replace it. Replace it with code history. So code history, code history. Is that it? Whoops. Whoops. Yep. That's it. Okay. I think it's ready. I think it's ready. Are you guys ready to test? What do you guys think? Bet your points! Bet your points! Is it gonna work? Is the code history gonna be separated? Are we gonna get a first try? Last time we did one earlier, it was a first tryer, but you know how programming works. Sometimes you don't get it first try. Sometimes sometimes it doesn't work. This vote is for whether we will have a history on both of them, and the history will be separate. That is what we're betting on. Who's got faith? You don't need a lot of points to have faith. You just need 10 points. Oh, we got a no for Meta this time. Meta's doubting this time. That's interesting. Is it going to sway the votes? We got a lot of believers. People always believe. I really wonder what percentage of people that doubt are programmers versus people that believe. I'm not paying attention. Yeah. Hey man, doubting for the odds is I will never belittle anyone for doubting for the odds. I think doubting for the odds is a great play. It's a smart play. We got belief from Cheezers. I like it. How good am I at bouldering? At my peak, I was like pushing into V7. I would send V7s sometimes. I've sent like very few This is obviously, these are gym climbs. I think outdoor, my best send is a V6. But I've only sent like one V6 outdoors. Right now, I've got to be weak as hell right now, though. I haven't climbed in over a year. I definitely miss it. Yeah, I climbed for probably a few years before I climbed V7. And I trained. I can't wait to go back to it, though. God. Alright, anyway. We're about to find out if the doubters or the believers are the victors. What's a... Alright. Okay, so it looks like we do have a history here. Let's add a new one, right? Let's do we'll do meta. Whoops. Alright, never mind, we're doing M. Alright, the M shows up, so that's good. Alright, so the history in direct works. Now in teams. It's blank. I can't go to anything else. That's a good sign. B, C, D. Actually, let's do believe. Ho ho ho! The believers! The believers! The believers are too smart. They just know. Congrats to the believers. Alright, it works, I think. What's up, X? Are you going to add the UX that Rapido made to doubles as well? Are you talking about which UI are you talking about? Welcome, Max. We're just putting the final touches on this feature. I don't know if you often play the same person in direct mode, but you'll be able to scroll through codes you've entered in the past and go select them immediately. Just save a little bit of time. It even filters based on what you've entered so far. Like L and R for doubles. Are you talking about what we're doing right now? The L and R for what? All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this, you referring to this and this? Yeah, I want that there. It's just, it was broken when we deleted a file. I think, Vin and Rapido can probably figure out how to add it back. I had to comment it out because it was crashing. Okay. Just out of curiosity though, just to make sure, if I close it and I reopen it, if I go to direct, our M is still there. If I go to teams, our believe is still there. So, looks like it works. All right, that's one more thing to cross off the list. This I have to do. Yep. This one doesn't sound very fun to do. Oh boy. Okay, let's go look at it, team. A lot of Slippy is open source, yeah. Good night, Inertia. Everything I'm working on right now is open source. So that means the Dolphin, the assembly is open source, the desktop app is open source. The only things that aren't open source are like the backend stuff and the website. Yeah. Yeah, that's here. Yeah. Notice how this isn't working. Oh yeah, I think that's new, that the badge is it changes colors and it's gray if you were wrong, maybe? That's pretty interesting. It looks like it's gone already though, so I don't know how long it lasts after the vote. Is my stream frozen? Or is this just the dashboard being fucked up? I feel like you guys would have told me if the stream was frozen. Alright, cool. Okay, so yeah, so this doesn't work. DMA right was passed an invalid address. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. No, you can't have tags on Slippy. But you can go into, well, at least online you can't. You can go in a VS mode and you can have tags, but I broke it. So I have to fix it now. Guess this could have an output probably. So I think this byte lets us know which mode of name entry we're in, I think. So I think I need to just check this. And if it's 0, I need to not do a lot of the things I'm currently doing. I think this is fine to stay. Maybe not, actually. Yeah, so the reason why this task isn't very interesting is it's just like, I basically just have to figure out everywhere where I modify the logic for the name entry screen, and I have to short circuit it if we're not entering, basically if we're not entering a code. If it's a normal name tag, I need to not run some logic, right? And that's kind of annoying to do. because I just have to like go through everything and see what needs it and what doesn't, and then how to short circuit it, like the best way to short circuit it, right? So I need to run logic that looks like logic that looks like this. Handle description text. Yeah. Now, and then I have to wonder, like, is there a reason R3 and R4 aren't being used here? Good night, Meta. It's probably safer to use registers that I'm using anyway, just to be safe. BEQ exit, right? Yeah, it's hard to focus sometimes. If I'm doing something that I feel requires a lot of focus, I usually won't stream. Are Puerto Ricans allowed to use Slippy? Sure, why not? Ah, fuck, I thought I was being smart by overriding the function calls and saving a function call, but I think I was just being dumb. Because now that I have to skip the logic, I need to call a branch L, which is more instructions. Whatever, it is what it is, I guess. Why don't I see this commit? The problem is, Artman, that it's not exactly the same code always. I have to be very careful about what registers I'm using. But if you look at branch, this is a macro that we wrote, right? But I mean, it's still, you still end up having all of the lines of code of the macro put in there, but we do use some macros, but there's a lot of places where I can't use macros. Or that it doesn't make sense to have a macro. Especially if there's a branch, right? Because if I need a branch to a specific label, then like I can't do that in a macro either. Or if the label is not inside the macro. But I'm really confused because there's a commit here from Rapito to make how did this? Oh, did he get rid of it? Roll back other PR to separate fixes. I guess he rolled it back. Okay, whatever. That's fine then. Oh fuck, I didn't commit before. I should commit this by itself. Okay. I think, yeah, I need both of these. And then whatever, it's fine. This is okay, that's fine. I don't think this one matters very much. This is PowerPC, which is probably not used very much anymore. All right. This one already exits, so that's nice. This one I added. I think I could leave this. I don't really care that much. We don't have access to the code, my name. This is what we have access to, which is just the compiled assembly instructions. So this is exactly what runs on the CPU. And we've managed to name some of these functions because we know what they are. Like based on just like figuring it out over the years what these functions do. But before this name wasn't here, it was just an endless block of assembly instructions. I mean, it's still pretty much impossible to read this. Uh, anything that isn't dolphin side is I do in assembly. At the moment, I don't do any sort of compiling or anything. Art man, that's kind of what the MX project is about. Like if you look at the volleyball mode, for example, in Akanea, it was written in C. I don't know all the details as to how it works, though. It's not super straightforward to write in C to mod Melee. You have to do some things to make it work. I'm not sure if Google will find it, but there's probably a Discord somewhere. You could also look up Akanea, because that's what Akanea uses. Oh man. Let's see if I can finish this real quick, and I think I'm gonna call it after that. Dude, I hydrate pretty well. Look at this water bottle. This thing's a monster. I did need a drink though, thank you. I'm getting tired. It's getting late. Let's see if this works. Oh. Shit. Wait a minute. Why do I have a bunch of ASM temp files? Did this fail to build? Let's try that again, just in case. I noticed something weird. I feel like it probably worked, but... Okay, yeah, it's not working. Alright, so... Oh, that's annoying. What the frick? I feel like my checks are just not working. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, that explains something. The offset, this offset was 0, I noticed in the code here. Load byte 0, R3, 0, R13. That's definitely wrong. This is supposed to be an offset. The value is supposed to be negative 0x505D. So it being 0 meant I was not importing the required, or including the required file. What path is this in? So let's look at everywhere where, okay, that one has it. This one does not have it. Can't hear, yeah, that one does. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Hopefully this will help. Okay. I think that's all of them. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, first let's check. Okay, yeah, we have a value now. The value loads to 0, so that's good. Okay. That's good. Already better. B button seems to work. Okay, that's fine. The L and R triggers do what they used to. That's good. Random button seems to do what it used to as well. It is setting my tag. Alright. I think I'm happy with that. It seems to work. It saved it. Alright. I'm calling that good enough, I think. Seems to work. Restore standard functionality. Actually, I should also just double check to make sure it still works. indirect the way it's supposed to. That's not right. I don't have anything entered. Why can't I scroll? I wonder if that bug's not related. Hello to Tunisia. Welcome. Yeah, I'm really curious if that bug's not related. What did I do? Clip copied to clipboard. Oh, there's a clip that button. I feel like I was too late on the clip though. Alright. I want to see what I did. I wonder if that bug's not related. Yeah. Clip's too late. What did I do to cause that bug? That is the one nice thing about streaming. Well, there's more nice things about streaming, but that is certainly one thing you can do here is I can go back and see exactly what I did, what I was saying. To repro a bug. Well, I'm not worried about the diff. I'm worried about what the repro steps were for that bug, because what I want to do right now is I just want to stash. I want to stash, and then I want to try it without any changes and see if I get the same behavior. But I need to figure out what I did. Thanks, Wes. How's it going?
Choose your character. Falco.
Good to have you. We're just putting some finishing touches on this, hopefully. I'm getting tired, though. Can I play against you? Not right now. I'm working. Okay, I need to go back. So, it's a quality of life feature. You can see it kind of here, where I can scroll through my previously entered codes. And then when I find the one I want, I can hit Z to accept it. And also you can filter it based on what you've entered so far. Yeah, Janky Tiger, you can receive messages, but to send them you need to have the Patreon build. Yeah, it remembers old codes. Save you some time typing, writing codes that you've written many times before. There's preset messages. There's 16 messages. It works a lot like Rocket League's chat. Random button seems to do it. Restore standard functionality. Actually, I should also just double check to make sure it still works. Will there be doubles unranked? Correct. The way. Not exactly, but there will be sort of a workaround that I don't know if people will use or not. So it'll be kind of possible, but it'll be a little jank. Only if the community uses it though, because the way it works is you have to enter in lobby codes. But if you use a common code, like for example, if you use the code EC for East Coast or something, what it does is it takes everybody entering that code, and as soon as it gets 4 people that enter in that code, it puts them in a game. So you could use that as sort of a pseudo unranked. If a lot of people are entering in the EC code, people in East Coast will just get matched with random people. You're welcome, Janky Tiger. I'm glad I could help. It's supposed to. It still works indirect the way it's supposed to. So I scrolled a bit, but I was already missing an index. I'm so confused right now. scroll direction's the same. Why is that? Oh shit. I'm an idiot. I clobbered my fucking input. Great, nice one. Yeah, I'm the creator of Slippy. Okay, let's try that. Oh, thanks, Surf Good Wave. Surf Good Waves MK2. Thank you. Appreciate that. You were broke as fuck when it came out. Thank you, thank you.
Choose your character. Circle.
The support helps. Okay, I fixed it. It works now. When did I start working on Slippy? Depends what you mean. If you're talking about rollback in particular, I started working on it December 2019, I guess. And if you're talking about Slippy, the very origins, I guess 2015, maybe? 2015. Alright, I think it's working. I think it's working. Let's stop the spammy log. When did you realize you could save Melee? Well, I started before I knew that there was going to be a pandemic. But obviously I realized the impact would be higher. I still think Melee would have came through regardless, but obviously having a good online has helped. Yeah, Daladex, it's something I would really like to do. It's just I'm trying to get stuff out so that I can work on ranked, and then I have to decide whether it's worth me working on that before I work on ranked. Obviously, it would be nice because, you know, partially for the income, but and also because people have been asking about it for a very long time. It's just hard for me to decide whether I want to delay ranked for it or not. I've already delayed ranked enough to add teams and all the other community contributions that have come in. So, yeah. The Patreon build has doubles. In fact, look. There's a teams option. And hopefully that will come out soonish.
Choose your character. Choose your character.
Yeah, so if you subscribe to the Slippy Patreon, or to my Patreon rather, I provide access to some beta builds there. And the beta builds have some extra features, one of which is teams, and also chat, or chat options at least. I just gifted 5, so unfortunately it kind of requires the Patreon. You need access to the Patreon hosts. Yeah, hopefully everything can get released pretty soon anyway, though. You're welcome. Okay, I think this works. At least my testing looks good. So the only remaining thing is this. Lemonless, I feel like you've mentioned Tom Cannon before. I don't know. I'm not sure. It would be hard for him to work in the Slippy ecosystem, I think. It's a separate Dolphin build, yeah. But it's also a download. So. Alright, I think it's getting to be about that time. That's me. What? Maybe we raid chillin'. Let me try this raid button. Say hi to Chillin. He's playing Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver at the moment. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. We're gonna raid Chillin. You can spam some Fizzi 36 Miso W or some Mango BBs or whatever you guys want to do, because I know there's still a lot of people here from Mango's channel, so say hi to Chillin. Peace, guys.